The word retard, whatever. I think like some things should be normalized. Like I don't know. I had like a teacher in middle school. She said like she was like so like I want to be in like the advanced math, whatever. I asked the teacher like why can't I, like everyone else is in there, I want to be with them, whatever. She's like, John, it's not that you're stupid, you're really smart. But you're a slow learner. She's like, you're retarded. And then like her grandson, whatever, I like lifted the fingerprints off his glasses. I got the cops called on him. So like I don't know. Sometimes it's helpful to call someone retarded. It like pushes them to like I don't know, it gives them a push. You know when you do something but you don't really want to admit it because it'd make your life difficult? Or there's like people that like could make your life difficult if they knew what you've done by making their life difficult. I don't know, whatever. It's like careful who you call retarded. They might not end up being so. And then like your grandson, he got his glasses, whatever. He's like, oh wow, my glasses are so clean. So someone must have cleaned them for me. Oh my god, it's so stupid. He's like, thank you, whoever did that. Whoever cleaned my glasses. Never fucking put two and two together. He wasn't very good at math. He might have been retarded. Oh, yeah. Then has a 0 day. The modern operating system itself is a 0 day. This is not an operating system. Linux, Mac, Apple. So I don't know. He's gonna say that retarded like 4 or 5 times. Totally justified. Cause like this guy, what is it, congressman, whatever the fuck he is. Like he's retarded.
A notorious retard. Every opinion he had was retarded.
Exaggerated this issue, and now trans kids are being attacked.
Everything that he said was retarded.
So I would yield to any of my...
His farts are retarded. So I don't know, subscribe, has my gold, don't, whatever. We need to normalize the word retard. I did say we. I shouldn't say we. Do whatever you want, I don't give a fuck. But be careful who you call retarded.
colleagues on the Republican side who can unequivocally say that Black Lives Matter.
Does the gentleman believe that all lives matter? I think Black lives matter. I think all
Reclaiming
lives
my
matter.
time.
And it turns out that his dick also is retarded because he couldn't control it.
Eric Swalwell, a man who admits to a close personal relationship with an actual Chinese spy who helped him get elected to Congress, raised money for him.
And he sharded on CNN.
To ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Okay, that was embarrassing. That was a fart.
Yep, there it is. Oh, this is him with a hooker. Suspect, Congressman Swalwell kisses alleged sex worker. He's been married for a decade. 4 women have described sexual misconduct by Eric Swalwell, informing a former staffer who says he Eric Swalwell should drop out. He even lost Harry Sisson. That's crazy. How did that happen? So this is what he said as a response.
A lot has been said about me today through anonymous allegations. I thought it was important that you see...
And this is, by the way, the video with him with the hooker was posted after this.
...hear from me directly. These allegations of sexual assault are flat.
Did someone try to blackmail him? If this video is before the release of the video where he's kissing a hooker. Oh, he's so dumb. So like after this, I don't know. Large language models. This stuff has to be a joke. Do you even call us AI?
What if I said every single large language model was a database, specifically a graph database? Not metaphorically, but physically. If we looked underneath the hood at the weights...
The whole GPU thing is just a front. There's no reason to use the fucking GPU at all. Oh, it's so dumb. So I don't know, I'm gonna play this. I get some programming done.
False. They're absolutely false. They did not happen. They have never happened. I have certainly made mistakes in judgment in my life.
I've certainly made
but
mistakes.
Those mistakes are between me and my wife. And to her,
So I have cheated on my wife. Okay.
apologize deeply for putting her in this position. I also apologize to you if in any way you've doubted your support for me. But I think you know who I am.
Well, let me get this straight. Your wife doesn't even know who you...
Apologize for people who supported him and supporting that he didn't do what he didn't do. I don't get what he's saying there. How do you apologize for someone that for supporting someone that's doing, you know what? Yeah.
But you think that we do?
This weekend, I'm going to spend time with my family and friends. I
Yeah.
appreciate those who have reached out to me to show support.
43,000 replies. Support survivors believe...
It's called damage control. He's doing damage control with his wife and kids. Because he's cheating his wife. Yeah.
Survivors, we are with you. 100% hashtag believe survivors. Whatever happened to believing all survivors? I knew you were creepy as fuck. Believe all women, bro fist. She has nothing to gain and everything to lose. It's time we believe survivors instead of attacking them. And sexual assault victims deserve respect. No one is above the law. Are you ready to stand up for women? 4 women have described sexual misconduct by Representative Eric Swalwell. When did it become guilty until proven innocent? When these people decided that it was. If they want to play by those rules, then they're going to have to live by them.
The very next day.
So Eric Swalwell is resigning, is that true? I am deeply sorry to my family, staff, and constituents for mistakes in judgment. I will fight the serious false allegations against me. Well, did you make mistakes, or are the allegations false? I don't know which one's going on here. Isn't that a little bit odd? What the hell's going on? However, I must take responsibility and ownership for the mistakes I did make. I am aware of efforts to bring an immediate expulsion vote against me and other members, expelling anyone in Congress without due process within days of an allegation.
It's all about the process.
Made is wrong, but it's also wrong for my constituents to have me distracted from my duties. Therefore,
from alcoholic, whatever it's called, to recovering alcoholics, about the process, to art, it's about the process, even to Congress, it's about the process, always about the process.
To resign my seat in Congress. This guy just got one shot. God damn. This dude's career got deleted in 3 days. He was running for governor. DHS just confirmed he's been referred to law enforcement. Oh my God. For illegally hiring a Brazilian nanny while she had no work authorization.
What's the nanny doing?
What a surprise. Oh, this guy.
I think he's being sarcastic. It's not really that much of a surprise. Man, Eric Swab, well, whatever the fuck his name is, that guy's retarded. He's not even mentally disabled. He might as well be. For fuck's sake. So I don't know, here's like a video on like large language models.
It was an actual database with real edges, with real entities, with real nodes. That's how it was physically represented. What would that mean?
So like yesterday, I read some stupid article about on Microsoft Visual Studio. They have some like they explain how to do large language models, or AI. It is not AI. With JavaScript. In like Microsoft Visual Studio magazine. I did not know they have a website. And they describe here it is. They describe the like left node, the right node. And they have this like algorithm, whatever you want to call it, or routine or function that they do to pick the left node, the right node. And I was like, oh fuck. That's what it is. And now I'm interested because there is no science to any of this. This is a joke. It's AI shit. You don't even need the goddamn video card. Oh, it's so stupid. So, I don't know, whatever. Microsoft's dumb. So is OpenAI.
Well, it would mean that we could query it. We could insert new knowledge. We could compile down to weights because it's just a database. And if it's just...
I like his little laugh as he's talking because he's like, it means like...
database.
Just, yeah, I do it too. It's like when you're explaining something and you know more than you know, but you can't just explain it all because there's no point. But it's like you gotta like, you can't just hold it in, and it's just like, yeah.
We could have query languages like SQL over the top of it. We could programmatically work with the model if that were true. Well, the good news is it is true. So let's do it. So we're going to query it with a language called Larco, which allows us to query large language.
I like how he's like, if it were true. And he's like, well, the thing is, it is true. So let's do it. So like, he gives like little examples, but you could take it to the extreme and do way more than this, which is what I might do. I don't know. I gotta get like stuff done though, so I don't know, whatever.
Models. So I'm going to connect it up to the weights of the Gemma 3.4b model. Believe me, I will connect it up to Gemma 4, but that will be a future video. So I've now connected up here, and you can kind of see there that that model has got 34 layers or 348,000 features. And in fact, if I just run stats against the model there you see Google Gemma 3, you see the number of features, and then as you can see within here, knowledge graph, we have mapped 1,785 features. So actually what I've done is I've run a probe over the top of that and mapped the internal representation into representations that we know. You can also...
Alright, so like the thing about AI is... I need to get this stuff done. But these people making this AI stuff, they are fucking retarded. What I mean by retarded is they don't know what the fuck they're doing. It's like yesterday or whatever, I was like reading the stupid Microsoft document on AI, And I finally got what's going on with like the left node, right node, and shit like that. So like, it breaks down to like left shift 1 plus 1 plus 0, left shift 1 plus 1 plus 1. Why do you do that? Well, because you want to have like a root, a radix, as like your base one, your base choice, and then you want a left and a right. So if you shift left 1, that gives you a 2 distance away from whatever the center point or the radix is. So if you do shift 1, you get 2 choices, left or right, which is when you left shift 1, you multiply by 2. Any number, doesn't matter if it's decimal or like hexadecimal or binary. It scales the number logically by 2, no matter the representation. So when you add 1, it gets you 1 away from the center point or the radix of whatever it is. Because you always need some table or point to get to the next point. So you multiply by 2, and then you add 1 to get away from what the base one was. Because it's a template. It's a logic template. You're overlaying, you're stacking data without physically stacking it. You're using math to compute the offset from it. So you add 1 to get past the center radix, and then you add 0 to get the left node, and you add 1 to get the right node. So whenever you want to access the node, whatever the center point is based on how far it is in the calculation, because it ends up being like center node, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, all the way down to like, what is it like? It takes like 15 gigs in the fucking model. Yeah, no, this stuff is like retarded. By retarded, what I mean is that these fucktards, they don't even understand what they're doing, and they're just applying the same algorithm because they don't understand the algorithm at a fundamental level and what it can mean and how it can be used or like whatever. So like you apply the same fucking algorithm to get to the next node, which is left or right from the left or right node, and then this is the new base, or if you're like right here, whatever, then that's the base. So whatever the base node is always the base node. From it, plus 1 to get away from that base node to get these 2 nodes, and you do plus 0 or plus 1 to pick which of those nodes of the nodes from the base node or whatever. And then in the freaking like documentation, whatever. So like this is if you break it down to like how you work with like hexadecimal numbers, whatever, like bit manipulation, whatever, bitwise operators. But in here they show it like you can do Control F times 2, and it's not gonna find it. What about I? Well, there's a lot of I's in here. That's not really helping. Here it is. So it's 2 times I plus 2. And then you got 2 times I plus 1. Oh, here. Alright, so it says like, with this design, if the root node is at index 0, then the left child is at 1, and the right is at 2. In the general, if the node is at index I, then the left child is at 2 times I plus 1, and the right child is at 2 times I plus 2. This design also allows you to easily save a decision tree to file storage. So, This just means these fucking idiots, they don't know how to make a file system, which is why the modern operating system runs off FAT32 or FAT or exFAT, whatever it is. Because these fucking idiots that make the operating system, they don't know how to like, they don't know anything at all. Because they're fucking retarded. Why are they retarded? Well, because they don't know what they're doing. If they did, this software, all this stuff, it wouldn't be such shit. So I asked Chatbot, are these the same thing? Where I do like my left shift and +1 +0, and Chatbot's like, oh yeah, they're the same thing. But they break down to this as like a simpler whatever, method whatever. But it's not obvious what's going on when you read it this way. When you read it this way, it's like, oh, clearly you're multiplying the space by 2 from whatever the radix or the center is, and you're adding 1 to get 1 away from it, and then you're adding +0 and then +1 to go left to right. So like in the Microsoft documentation, and because these people are fucking idiots, you got the left node, the right node, so you got 2 times I plus 1. Alright, now watch how amazing this is. And you got 2 times I plus 2. God fucking fuck. This does not work. Just highlight where I'm highlighting. Alright, so what you get is you get a root node at 0 every time. And then you get +1 or +0 away from away. +1 or +0 away from whatever the root is. Or the radix, whatever you want to call it. Alright, so with this, you get a true-false tree, left to right. But it's really not true or false. Both are like equally true or false. Just one's more correct than the other. And as you get down the tree, it becomes less overall true, because at some point it's like, you know what, there's no match. This does not match anything in the database. There's like 0.005% that this is the correct answer. And then it's like, well, that's not, it doesn't know then. But then Chatbot will say, well, this must be true because this is 0.5%. And since Chatbot knows everything, then it's true. Alright, so why am I calling these people fucking idiots? Because they are. So with this, you get a left, right, no tree. Alright, so what if you do this? What if you do like I, left shift 2? I wonder what that would do. Huh. If you do I, left shift 2. And then video cards are being used with the excuse that like, oh, it's matrix multiplication, you need a video card. Well, you could pre-compute tons of things. If you're going to save 15 gigs of data anyways, there's tons of things you could pre-compute, and you can compress data elsewhere and actually use it for like, yeah, okay. So like, whatever. So if you do this, if you do left shift 2, that gives you the ability to do this. Oh, would you look at that? Oh my god. Now you got true, false, and then you have these extra axes of true falseness in the node table, because it's not a node table. It is not AI. It's designed by idiots who took some trick that some guy came up with, and they're trying to make it look like something that it's not and make a bunch of fucking money. And last thing they need is someone smart enough, clever enough to fucking make something better and then put them out of business. Which might end up happening, I don't know. I gotta get JavaScript done. And then again, what do I know? I'm retarded, sure. There are so many retarded people like running things, and nobody questions it, and they do the most retarded shit, and they fuck us all over. And it's, I don't know what it is. Alright, so like, a cube has 6 sides. And it also has like 8 corners. Well, this is like or 8 edges. I don't want to get into like spatial partitioning and stuff. Alright, so like let's say like you left shift by 3. How many options does that give you? Well, usually 3D is like, you don't include the edges if you're doing like retarded 3D, which all video cards do because they're retarded. Alright, if you do like a left shift of 3, that multiplies the number by, first is 2, then 4, then 8. So that means you get this. So now you get fucking, you could do 3D. You can make a 3D AI. And whatever you do with these last two, like typically 3D has 6 sides, 6 faces to a square, because everybody's doing 3D math wrong, because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. But if you count the edges, that's 8, and then you can like efficiently make use of the rest of it. So like, this would be like a higher dimensional AI that involves 3D space. Except right now, AI is at the point of like true-false nodes, where it's only being utilizing like 2 nodes, and then they're using this true-falseness as a way to like partition data. So like, they don't know how to partition data in the first place optimally, and they use a trick, and then on top of it, there is no actual like there's levels of stupid. And yeah, I don't know, whatever. I'm gonna paste this in chatbot and see what chatbot says, because I don't know, I just saw this like a little bit earlier, because I'm probably retarded. I mean, I am a slow learner, but once I get it, I got it. And I don't know, whatever. So my chatbot. So like AI, they use I'll do OpenAI as a company. Or is it Gemini? Or is it Anthropic? They use formulas like, the freaking keyboard is not working. Two times I plus 1 plus 2. For left-right nodes to partition the data trees. Correct, question mark. And they don't use I left shift 3 plus 1 right shift, or plus 0 to 7. For what is the word? 8 leaf or I'll just say 8 edge 3D space, or 8 edge spatial data partitioning for the logic, and also retrieval. To encode space relative to the node, to decrease computation overall by not using only left-right nodes in the models. So I'm mixing a whole bunch of stuff here, whatever. But like basically, if you increase the node count, it means you can encode data off the storage of the data itself and have like pre-known knowns based off previous knowns, which is literally what the whole point of having like I can't really, whatever, I'm just gonna chat about this. There's like a whole bunch of like opportunity if you take this trick and actually like implement it in a way that they're not doing it right. They're retarded. See what chatbot says. I mean, like, Anthropic actually leaked their whole fucking like, okay, whatever. It says short answer yes for binary heaps trees, but no, that's not how modern ML, what's ML mean? Math language models? Like open, blah blah blah, structured data internally, and your 8-way formula has a mistake. How does it have a mistake? This is what you're referencing is correct. 2 times I plus 1 plus 2. Classic array-based binary tree heap layout. 1 parent, 2 children, compact mapping in a flat array. No pointers needed. General rule, this is a real formula for K tree. The correct mapping is K times I plus J plus 1. Oh, I pasted the wrong number. Wow, good job, chatbot. Really figured that one out. Alright, there we go. So the second half is not the same tree anymore. Well, duh. Wow, chatbot is so smart. Would you look at that? It says, do AI models use this? No, not in the way you're thinking. Models like GPT-style transformers do not use heap-style indexing. They do not use tree traversal for interface. Do not use partitioning space like octrees for token logic. They usually use dense matrices, attention mechanisms, tensor indexing, not tree indexing. And it's a fucking lie. Why AI models don't use it? They optimize for parallel matrix math, not hierarchical traversal. Tree traversal, branchy, CPU unpredictable, bad for GPUs. Oh, they're full of shit. Modern AI models don't use this structure internally. Yes, they do. Alright, so like, where is this used? Well, when it's corrected. And there's no decision making if it's like predefined what the decision is and then selecting from there. That's not decision making. This is retarded. In 3D space partitioning, each node splits space across A regions, octants. Each child corresponds to a cube subdivision. Used in voxel engines, Minecraft, sparse trees, 3D collision, ray tracing, acceleration. Here your formula is directly useful because no pointers, predictable memory layout, fast reversal. GPU friendly spatial structures, flat indexing, like yours is used when you want contiguous memory, contiguous, whatever the fuck you call it, avoid pointer. This is so stupid. Pointer cheesing has no freaking... It's not even related. This would not maximize cache or SIMD GPU efficiency. These people are fucking idiots. Common in compute shaders, GPU ray tracing, physics broad. Is this the trick? Like the trick that everyone uses for everything? Because you don't know how to fucking make a data structure. It says n array heaps, priority structures, rare for 8, but valid. You can build 4 array n heaps, common, 8 array heaps, less common. Why? Fewer levels, shorter tree, better cache behavior. But binary 4-ish are usually preferred. Space filling, hierarchical, indexing systems, blah 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 blah. Your pattern fits when you want node, fixed number based children, contiguous block. Or contiguous, wherever you want to fucking say it. Alright, so like, this is what I'll get at. Node, fixed number of children, continuous block. Alright, so AI or large language models. This is the crux of the whole thing, question mark, which is node fixed number, whatever. This is the crux. Node fixed number of children, continuous block. Node fixed number of children. There is no AI. This is straight up stealing information from the public domain and then saying, oh, it's fair use. No, it's not. It's not. It's simply not. Mathematically, it's not. Legally, you could trick people who don't know what they're talking about and try to confuse them with your bullshit. Sam Altman, fucking thief. It's not fair use. A fucking idiot. I don't think Sam Altman's even... I'm pretty sure he's a plant, just like Bill Gates. Bill Gates with his like Russian hookers from Epstein in his stupid fucking island. In his Swabble. Well, how the fuck do you even say this guy's name? This guy's not even a plant. He's just retarded. And he shits himself. His pants. during interviews. This guy's just an idiot. He's not even a useful idiot. It says no, that is not the crux of large language models. What you wrote, node, number of fixed children, continuous blocks. Continuous blocks describes k-array tree layout. Large language models like GPT statements are based on transformer architecture, which works very differently. No tree traversal, no parent node structure. Instead, they use large, dense matrices, vector operations, attention across all tokens. The real crux of large language models. If you want the closest equivalent to the core idea, it's every token can directly interact with every other token, attention, not fixed child per node. While your pattern doesn't apply, your structure assumes fixed branching, hierarchical traversal, local relationships. Large language models do the opposite, dynamic relationships, no fixed. This is one indirect connection, memory layout performance, blah 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 blah. Alright, so this guy's gonna talk about fucking lying thieves. It's not fair use. Sam Altman is full of shit. Well, maybe not after he's like done having like gay sex. If he has gay sex. I don't know, he's married to a man. And gay sex usually involves like sodomy. But it's perfectly fine as long as both are consenting to screen each other's butts. So Sam Altman's, he's probably not full of shit. But he is. So like he's a shitless, full of shit kind of guy. Saying it's fair use. Damn. So I was gonna talk about like AI and how it's like fucking, it's just a big database. And it is. Chatbot can say whatever the fuck it wants. There's like, I don't know. Once I realized the node thing, it's like there's no magic to this. There is no AI. And if this is considered AI, and you can do this good off a stupid trick, and if this is like the center, like the core of how the whole thing works, and the extent to that they go, well, there's a couple extra layers, whatever. I don't know, whatever. Just, it's mind-blowing. It's like, holy fuck. These people are idiots. And they're making a lot of money off something that doesn't work. So if you were able to make something that does work, wow, you'd make so much even more money than these fucking idiots at AI. At OpenAI and shit. Or Anthropic. Or whatever the fuck, Gemini, whatever it's called. I don't give no fucks. This OpenAI shit is dumb. So he's gonna like talk about how dumb it is because like, I don't know. I gotta find some more like sources. This seems correct, whatever. This guy, he must be pretty smart.
There's 3 layer bands. So there's a syntax layer, there's a knowledge layer, and the output layer. This is the representation of the Google Gemma model. So those early layers are really about understanding the question.
Oh, it is Gemini, okay.
What the syntax of the query is. And the middle layers are really about getting the knowledge out of the weights, and then the final layers is reformatting that out for output. So let's see what the model knows. So I'm going to use a command called describe, and what describe allows us to do is describe some of the entities. So I'll just type in describe France, and we will see what the model knows about France. So if we have a look at the output there, you can see in the syntax layers where it's figuring out the question, look at L5, layer 5 there, you see the word Spanish and then layer A international. So you can see that it knows this is some sort of country type query. It's not quite figured out what it means. It's really working out the syntax as opposed to the knowledge. So as I said, L14 to the L27, this is where the knowledge lives. So you can see Francais there, L23, Europe and Italy tagged as nationality, country is tagged as borders, and then you've got Spain at L18, but also Australia at 25, CEO, fountain. This is polysemantic noise sharing the same slots. So the facts are there, but it is buried alongside unrelated concepts. And then in the output layers, L28 to 33, really French is being committed to an answer, is dominating. But you also see German, European, Western, all plausible next tokens depending on the context. The syntax gathers the context, the edges store the knowledge, and the output commits to the token. And that's the kind of three-stage architecture of every transformer. But if we wanted to, we could pull on one of those relations.
Every transformer. So in GPT, whatever, chatbot, it's chatbot. It's not whatever. It says, no, that is not the crux of large language models. Alright, what's a crux? I'm having to find a crux. It says you wrote node, fixed number of children, contiguous blocks, or continuous blocks. I don't know, contiguous, why do I keep saying that? Continuous blocks. Describes K-tree layout, memory, whatever. Models are based on transformer architecture. There is no architecture, just like with the CPU. The CPU, they say, oh, it's an instruction set architecture. No. It's a fancy if-else. It's just if-elses at the core of it. If-else. Just like this fucking AI shit with their left-right nodes. If-else, left-right. Just... Architecture is a fancy word for if-else. And if people knew what that meant... Well, most people are dumb, and they will never understand. There is no architecture. That's just the shit that they throw on top of it. And then they say, make up shit, whatever. Excuses. Just, yeah. So transformer architecture, that doesn't mean shit. It's a fucking lie.
I'm gonna do of every transformer. But if we wanted to...
That's exactly what I was talking about. Transformer. Because, like, OpenAI is full of shit.
Could pull on one of those relations. So I'm going to do a select star from edges. As I said, this is a graph database. And I'm going to say where entity, and the entity in this case is France. And we're going to look at a specific relation, and in this case it's going to be borders. And then what we'll also do is we will put in a score filter just to cut off any noise and look at the things that are really the most important thing. So if we look at what comes back, we can see L25, feature 5067 for the token country. You can see on the also variations of the spelling country 3, capitalization variants of the same token. This is a real fact. France borders other countries, and it's all stored in one feature at one layer. And if we want to, we can drill into some of the other relationships. So this time we'll drill into nationality. So let's just hit clear there for a second, and we're going to say select star from edges, where entity again is equal to France, and this time relation is equal to nationality. And again, I will limit this down to 5 rows. And again, let me make this clear, I am querying the real model weights here. So again, if I look at the result from this, look at L19 there, feature 4924. We see Germany, we see Sweden, we see Italy. We can see this sort of nationality relationship there. So again, in that one feature, it's storing all of the different types of nationalities that occur there. And again, that's polysemantic again. And again, down here, we see the same thing on layer 20, feature 8164. We see Greece, Hungary, Thailand. So you can see that happening across the layers. This is...
Alright, so like, I need to get something done to this program. But like, let's say like, you have a missile targeting system, okay? And you're gonna use AI. There's a center node, the left node, right node. It's like missiles. They work in like 3D space, whatever. So like, if you're running off AI, AI is gonna waste its time having like pre-compute stuff or compute stuff on the go. But if you had like 8 dimensions, whatever, I guess you could do like 3. You do like X, Y, Z. And maybe waste the 4th one. I don't know, whatever. Except if you have a missile, whatever. It's a shitty missile, and it has to hit a target. And the missile rotates or whatever because missiles fly in space. Or it has to like recompute or adjust its trajectory, whatever. If you have a table like this, and you have more than just a left-right node, then you can bake in to the math for certain like rotations or whatever. Or if it's like at one rotation like this, and then it rotates or whatever, it flips, I don't know. And now like the orientation of the missile changes as it's computing when it jumps to the next part of the table. Then it doesn't have to like recompute certain parts of the computation. And that's like really loosely. Yeah, it's like really complicated, but whatever. It's like the fact that AI runs off. Just 2. Just left, right, and whatever the base condition is. It's just a ternary statement. Oh my god. It's a nested ternary. Holy fuck. AI. Nested ternary. What a stupid design. You got your center, your core truth. And you go left or right, left or right, left or right. So using data to train AI, the public domain, that's not fair use. You're literally making, even if you modify the data, which isn't happening, you know what, whatever. I need to get some programming done. Everything's stupid. So I don't like update the stupid fucking tables and shit. For this stupid shit. I need to get something done. That's enough AI stuff. This AI stuff is so dumb. This guy, he seems pretty smart. Eric Swabble. He's retarded or something.
Started on CNN.
To ask the Ukrainians to help them cheat an election.
Okay, that was embarrassing. That was a fart.
Yep, there it is. Oh, this is him with a hooker. Suspect.
Like, I need to get something done. Everything's being run by idiots. They're not even retarded. They're worse than retarded. This is fucking dumb. It's a fucking dumb, horrible, twisted, gross, sick people. And I gotta make my difference, so I gotta get this stuff done. So I'm gonna shut up and get to work, whatever. I need some more water. I don't know, JavaScript. I think something's fucked up. It's not outputting two of the files. So I gotta fix that, and then I'm gonna shut up and get something done. And that's the plan. Nothing ever goes like according to plan. So whatever happens, happens. Oh, I need to focus. So I have like a function table that's going to be changed to compute go to, depending on this for the compiler. Or a switch, even though switch is probably going to be slower. And I got devices like sound, GPU, whatever. I have this folder. I have these folders inside of it. And I got a program that checks the name of the file. Looks for the scroll icon or logo or Unicode code point, which is like 2 bytes, not 1. I just a loop to check for that. And I have a check to throw an error if somehow the scroll emoji is not internally 2 bytes. Because there's also a 3 byte scroll emoji that's what the color. And yeah. So loops finds these files, checks for a scroll emoji, then checks for an underscore, because I have the name of the device before the scroll emoji, then I have scroll emoji, then I have the extension of the device after it, followed by underscore. So the underscore like is the end of message or whatever you want to call it. Oh, is this not ending? So it extracts this part of whatever the file, and it ignores files that don't have this. So that way I'm safe to have a file called template, and then it builds, and it doesn't waste time grabbing, where's the mouse? And it's not going to waste time grabbing template and then making a file for it when it doesn't need it. Only if it's like a valid file for how I set things up is when it will grab the file and make or pre-compute stuff. And pre-computing things is a lot of fun. Because you can do like memotization. Just, it's like the center of computation or efficient computation. And like pure functions, pure data. Just, yeah. And that's not what OpenAI or Gemini or like the operating system run off of. Because it's run by retards. Don't know what the fuck they're doing. And then we all get fucked over having to use their fucking stupid products. So it finds these names. There's also more than one folder because it layers whatever. It goes to output folder. Makes like an A and a B file. Why is the mouse invisible? It's like behind the window. What the hell? So it pre-computes every possible enumeration up to whatever the length is. So I picked like 128, I think, or 127. So if I ever have more than 127 devices, I need to be hard-coded, and then I got that. Or I just change the number and then hit build, and it recomputes it. Because I hate having to like break things down to like non-constant, just whatever. When I need constant literals, I need constant literals. So now I get my fucking constant literals. Constant literals, so I can eat my cake and fucking fuck it too. Except something's fucked up with these files. It doesn't make these now. I changed it and then I fucked it up. So I gotta fix it so it makes these files. These two. Because there's like 2 files. There's like 3 domains. I gotta like split something up too. Like domain 2 and 3 are like tied together. Of the 3 domains, but it's really 2, but it's not. I gotta adjust something somewhere. There's like 2 domains. There's like the type, and type extension. And I put the squirrel emoji in the middle. I mean, that's not visible. It's not even a squirrel, it's a chipmunk. Why do people call it a squirrel? They're different animals. That's close enough. So I got like 2 domains. The type, oh wait, it goes here actually. Domain 1 is like the type, where it's like driver, sound, whatever. And the extension is like the type extension that's off the type. In the scroll icon, separates the two. Either there's something before it or there's not, which says it, whichever it is. And then it evaluates files, grabs them, makes the pre-computed files, and yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna like figure out what the bug is. So when I run it, I think it's not making these files. Run it. Oh, what's it doing? Wow, the console's retarded. All this shit is broken at a fundamental level. Oh, it did make them. Maybe it's not broken. Well, never mind. I don't gotta fix it then. Because nothing's broken. So I delete all the files. And then it should make them. And it looks like there's stuff in them. And it did make it up to whatever the number is. Okay, well that's good. What does the C program build? Yay. So I shouldn't ever have to touch this file unless I have more than 128 devices, which is pretty big, which probably won't happen. Or when I make a new devices support, it needs to like generate the defines to select when it's whatever, yeah, compiling. So luckily that's less stuff I gotta do. Let's back up. And I gotta like retemplate the files I got. So now I gotta use the include in these files and then get rid of the hard-coded code. Because now it's pre-computed. I'm gonna hit compile Node.js. So I don't even need this block wrapper. So now I got a system to make a new driver template structure, whatever. And then I include here, I can inline and hard code the default tokens for like the offsets for things behind the scenes, and then define specifically whatever needs to be in here then. After that stuff's like defined above. And then I gotta like finish up the function tables. So I don't know, I gotta like figure out what I gotta do. If I like copy the template file and then paste it across all these files and render it again. So I don't know, I'm almost done. And I get back to the Vulkan GPU API stuff. I am more caffeine. So like, I call C language the people that make it, C++, the people that like, the people generating the C++ language, and not the people using it. Well, you know what, just the people that make it. Alright, I call them like idiots, retarded, ignorant, stupid, dumb. Why? Why would I do that? Well, because they are. It's like the guy that started Rust, the guy with like the idea. So like, what would Disney be without the guy that started Disney? Whatever his name is. It wouldn't be Disney. So what would Rust be without the guy that started Rust? Oh, there'd be no Rust. So the guy that made Rust or started it, because he doesn't even want to like take credit. He's like ashamed of it, and he should be, because the C++ community, they ripped it away from him, and they made the C++ that they want, but they can't get with C++, because if they modified C++ to the extent of it becoming Rust, then it's not C++ anymore. So like some C++ like fanboys, they like hopped on the Rust train, and they fucked the train, and the guy that made Rust or started it, he got fucked. And at the end here, he says, so he got like played out of his own like, yeah, okay, whatever.
The Rust I wanted probably had no future, or at least not one anywhere near as good as the Rust we got. The fact that there was any path that achieved the level of success the language has seen so far is frankly miraculous. Don't jinx it by imagining I would have done any better.
Just damn. They took the language from him, and they fucked it over, and they basically brainwashed this guy into thinking his ideas were not worth it, when he's the one that had the ideas in the first place. And he even made like this article where he's like, he's probably having like an existential crisis. Like, you talk about mental health. They like broke this guy. Grayson, whatever his name is. So in here, whatever. Oh, I gotta find it. How did it not find fix? I typed in the word fix, and it didn't find the word fix. Oh, Safari's retarded. Alright, so like, imagine you're making a language called Rust, and you want something called tail calls. So like, tail call optimization is like chef's kiss. If you make a nice design, and if you can support tail calls, it means your shit is so solid. I mean, we're talking like the hardest fucking stool sample ever. If you have a compiler that generates code, the assembly, and you can support tail calls, everything runs, and you can also debug, that is the most solid shit. That's like some golden poop. Solid as fuck. Chef's kiss. That is like Akuta McGraw. I don't even know. There's a word, but like there's lots of words. Alright, anyways. Tail calls, big fucking deal. When you make a language, when you know about computers, even before you know computers, how they work, from like the very like basic, when you learn about recursion, there's like the opposite of recursion. There's tail calls, and they're fancy as fuck. And like the fact that he originally wanted these, and they fucked him over. Just, I'm gonna have tail calls in my JavaScript engine, and in my operating system and everything. The fact that the LLM, or it's like LVLM, whatever the fuck it is, the C compiler, the fact that it can't do that is because those C compiler writers, they're fucking retarded, they're dumbass idiots, they don't know what the fuck they're doing, and they're a bunch of a-holes. So on top of it, they're a group of like dumbass fucking nerds. And then they take someone's idea, and then they just bully and fuck with them, and they take his shit when they don't have any shit to start with. Well, they do have shit. They have their shitty compiler, and their stupid, dumb brains, and their fucking goddamn. So in here, whatever says.
I probably would have pointed the language in a direction that kept them. Early Rust had them. LLVM mostly made us drop them. And C++ performance obsession kept them consigned to one fix bug status. One fix.
So they're like, yeah, we know this is your language. We know what you want. You're not gonna get it. You know what? Won't fix. Fuck you. We have our own agenda. We're trying to make C++ 3.0. I mean C++ 2.0. The performance is shit, but we're gonna tell everyone it's not that bad. Just like they do with JavaScript. And I like how he talks about performance. And JavaScript is the world's worst performance. Well, next to C#. Terrible performance, but people pick JavaScript. So the performance isn't always the issue. And these C++ developers that make C++, you guys can all go fuck yourselves. Bunch of dumbass idiots. Seriously dumb. And to fuck with this guy and group up and be like, won't fix. Damn. You guys are pathetic as fuck. So, I don't know, here's what it says what that calls. So like, when I bitch and complain, because I'm really annoyed, I'm like seriously pissed off. I shouldn't have to make a fucking Node.js thing to pre-generate predefined computation because the C compiler is lacking in every fucking way. And why does it lack? Because it's developed by the same fucking morons that fucking took Rust from the guy that started it. You guys can all get fucked because you're dumb as hell. Your compiler is shit, and like Linux, without Linux, you guys wouldn't have anything. So like, the C compiler existed before Linux. This whole community is so fucked up. They just get what they need to make their shitty software, and they just use people, and you get used and you get thrown away, and then you end up making like an article about how like it's not what you wanted, but you can accept it because you have to. It was taken from you because people fucked around, they bullied, and they took it away. I don't know about like if this guy was supposed to make money, if there's money tied to like the development dates and when things were due with Rust. If there was, then I could understand why. But from what I understand is Rust is open source. So if the guy fucking wants fucking tail calls, and if you people know what the fuck you're doing, then you'd figure out how to get the man some fucking tail calls. You wouldn't fuck with him. Because without this guy, you wouldn't have your fucking... Yeah. So is Rust originally open source? It says, I feel like what's missed here is a different language and focus, and the main point about lifetimes great in Rust was indeed not a systems programming language, it was an application programming language, but with the old-fashioned GC replaced by a slightly more explicit one, but still focused on easy use. Allowing references only, blah blah, said is about the most you can guarantee to be safe without having to introduce lifetimes. And since it isn't systems programming language, it's enough if you need to return by reference, just use smart pointers or copy. Of course, as he implied with the no future application programming, Rust would find itself somewhere next to Nim in the shadow of Go, and not in a place it is now. The issues came from fat pointers, which can bloat enormous hole in the idea of class. It doesn't exist on its own. You can have a reference to one. Ruins the intuition, takes it from 5-minute concept to 6-week concept. Blah blah blah. There's also a problem of how people often teach things, acting as though string was special. String is just dynamically sized type. There are built-in DTSTs built into the language, type, trait, currently string, and some built in the standard library. Path, OS string. And you can make your own EG struct, my string, though it will require a little unsafe instantiate. Understand that these can currently only be accessed through pointer types. And the only reason that any of this is true is because it's fucking straight up from the C compiler. So this guy had an idea for language. I think he wanted something that wasn't exactly C. And then everyone's like, you know what? It has to be C. We're taking it. We're taking your concept. We're going to make our own new C. In here it says like shadow. What is it? Variables or registers? Oh, here.
Doesn't even trust programmers with simple constructs like variable shadowing.
Variable shadowing. Alright, so like at some point they removed register from C++. Alright, so first, Rust was originally open source. So like when I get back to my operating system, I don't know. I'm gonna reach out to some people, and maybe they'll be able to like make the things they couldn't make on this OS. Because the modern operating system, it's gonna fuck itself. We're all fucked. It's gonna keep getting worse and worse and worse. In OpenAI, those are dumbasses. Just the current tech is gonna eat itself alive, the software. So I don't know, whatever. It's perfect for me. Because I can like release my own operating system and be like, oh look, solution. Dang it. I'm tired of C language. I need stuff to run in C language. For things I don't want to like convert to assembly. Because I want to sell a JavaScript engine and some other stuff. I'm not selling an assembler. If I make everything assembly based, people can just steal it as like an assembler. So I need to like sell C programs with assembly mixed in. So I need to like write stuff in C and then assembly after. And that's a whole bunch of extra work because the C compiler is shit. It is absolute trash. And the people developing it, they're dumb as fuck. They're dumber than potatoes. Like straight up dumb as hell. Alright, so like the C compiler for Linux existed before Linux. There was the C compiler, what was it, GCC? Before Linux. Question mark. Just like how there used to be Windows before the operating system, the Windows operating system. So Linux, he kind of got fucked. GCC existed before Linux. So GCC needed an operating system. Why? Because the fucking dumbasses that made GCC, they're too dumb to make an operating system. But they have a compiler, which goes to show how fucking smart they are. They're so dumb that they can't make an operating system. Then they gotta talk Linus. Or Linux, Linus, whatever his name is, Linus Torvalds or whatever. They talk him into like being like the container for their shit compiler. Because these people are fucking retarded, dumbass, thieving idiots. Ugh. Just tech. Tech is so fucked. It is so fucked. It existed 4 years before Linux. Linux relied on GCC to compile itself. Oh, everything is so dumb.
Expressivity. Similarly, I would have traded away so much expressivity that it would probably make most modern Rust programmers start speaking about the language the way its current critics do. It'd feel clunky and bureaucratic. A nanny. State language that doesn't let users write lots of features in library code at all. Doesn't even trust programmers with simple constructs like variable shadowing, environment capture or inline functions. Ask people who worked on the early compiler what it was like. It was not easy or fun, and I was stubborn about adding cognitive or implementation complexity just to make it a few % easier or more fun. I didn't mind making users write the same thing over and over, or write declarations out in full, or write something as multiple separate statements with separate variables instead of one complex nested expression.
Alright, so like, as chatbot, a variable shadowing, is that done with the register keyword being, or is that why, or that was? Alright, so variable alright, so technically it's nuanced. I'll just whatever, leave it at that. I'm trying to like put together two things that aren't really, but yeah, to see what chatbot outputs. So variable shadowing question mark, is that done with the register keyword being y? It was removed from C++, so things are always addressable. To force things to always be addressable by removing the register keyword question mark. Since register does not mean put it in a fucking register, it means the address of this is guaranteed to not be taken. Register keyword does not fucking mean make it a register. It means the address. So chatbot says yes, they're not related because they aren't. Alright, so variable shadowing, what actually is? Shadowing is just a scope hiding. Int v shadows outer. Inner v hides outer v.
It'd feel clunky and bureaucratic. A nanny state language that doesn't let users write lots of features in library code at all. Doesn't even trust programmers with simple constructs like variable shadowing, environment capture or inline functions. Ask people who worked on the early compiler what it was like.
Okay, so
Similarly, I would have traded away so much expressivity that it would probably make most modern Rust programmers start speaking about the language the way its current critics do. Doesn't even trust programmers with simple constructs like variable shadowing, environment capture or inline functions.
okay, context matters then. So he's saying his language wouldn't trust the programmers with variable shadowing. Except what, how does that even, So that means what? You wouldn't be able to use the same name inside the scope. Alright, so it says inner V hides outer V. No relation to registers, addresses, or optimization. Well, register actually meant in C, the register keyword meant two things historically. Hint to compiler, this variable is used a lot. May be kept in a CPU register. Constraint, you are not allowed to take the address. Oh my god. So illegal in C, you can't get the address. Important correction in your statement, you said register means the address is guaranteed to not be taken. That part is basically correct in effect, but it's not guaranteed about storage. It's a language restriction on the programmer. The compiler is still free to put it in memory, ignore the hint entirely. You know what, whatever. Why register was removed, modern C was removed because compilers got better. No, they didn't. They're still shit. They already decide what goes in registers, what stays in memory, better than humans. No. It became meaningless. The hint is ignored. The only real effect left was you can't take the address, which is rarely useful, actively annoying. Okay, why is it actively annoying? Because everything needs to be addressable. And why does everything need to be addressable? Because the C language, it's shit all the way down. And you always need to be able to grab the address. Because it's designed so poorly. Or you could just make a copy of every fucking thing, which is why you grab the address. It says it's conflicted with modern language features like reference, lambdas, templates, made non-addressable variable, awkward, and inconsistent. Key clarification removed to make everything always addressable. Not exactly. That's literally what it says right here. It says it conflicted with modern languages, made non-addressable, awkward, and inconsistent. And it says removed to make everything always addressable. Not exactly. No, that's why, is to make it so everything's always addressable, to keep it consistent. It was removed. It says more accurate. It was removed because it no longer provided useful control. Yeah, because there's no point when it's running this way. And its only remaining effect, blocking address taking, was not worth keeping. Because exactly right here, God. Modern reality. Today, all variables are logically addressable. But compilers may still keep them in registers, optimized way, even if you can write blah blah. This has nothing to do with the fact of it being a register. A register is not even a register anymore. It's like an extension or like an old school way to access the modern registers on the CPU as like a generic type. That's what a register is. It's not really, it's more complicated than that. Bottom line, shadowing, scope rules, unrelated, register old hint, address restriction, removed because hint is obsolete, restriction is useless, harmful. One line summary, register didn't control registers anymore, and its only remaining effect, blocking the address to take it, wasn't worth keeping, so it was removed. So like, if you do this, if you do int v 10, and you do int v 20, but you make like register int You know what, that doesn't really work. I don't want to say exactly how. I'm like, whatever. So like shadowing something outer in the outer scope. There's things you're not able to do when things are removed. Related to like being able to trust the program writer.
Doesn't even trust programmers with simple constructs like variable shadowing.
I check out what that means. What does like trust have to do with programming? What does this mean? Question mark. Why? What does this mean? Question mark. Doesn't even trust programmers with simple constructs like variable shadowing. Why would the compiler have to trust the programmer in such a case? And whatever chatbot says must be what it is, because it's like a collection of Alright, it says that sentence is opinionated, rhetorical, not technical. What it literally refers to, doesn't even trust programmers with variable shadowing, means the language compiler warns about restricts shadowing. Some compilers or languages warn about this or discourage it. Why trust is mentioned at all, it's not about trust in a real sense. It's shorthand for the language assumes programmers might make mistakes here, so it adds guardrails. So chatbot's not even talking about it. Come on, Mythos. Mythos is supposed to be like the hacking chatbot. I guess this chatbot's just not smart. Why shadowing is considered risky? It can silently cause bugs. Well, that depends on what you consider to be a bug. Programmer thinks they're modifying outer count. Well, that's one thing. Result outer count unchanged, behavior is wrong, no runtime error. So what the statement is criticizing, speaker is basically saying this language compiler is too restrictive or noisy. It won't let me use simple constructs without warning me. It's a philosophical complaint, not a technical limitation. Reality, the compiler doesn't trust or distrust, it just enforces rules, optionally emits warnings. Trust here allowing potentially error-prone constructs without warnings. Shadowing is allowed but often flagged because easy to misuse. How can it not touch on what it's saying but not saying? The same is just someone complaining about guardrails. GPT loves guardrails. Okay, so it's easy to misuse. Do you mean misuse or abuse or exploit? Alright, it says, doesn't even trust programmers with simple constructs like variable shadowing. Alright, so in that context, is it because variable shadowing can be positioned in such a way that escapes compiler guardrails? The compiler is not protecting the user from themselves. The compiler is protecting itself from the user. Or whatever you're running on your computer from some other user that made it. Says interpretations off. Sentence is not about escaping guardrails or protecting generated code from the user. What variable shadowing actually is in compiler terms. The compiler does not lose control or get bypassed. It still knows both variables, assigns them different source locations, or optimizes away, enforces scope. Deterministically, there is no escape mechanism here. So what doesn't trust program actually mean? Phrases describing language, design philosophy, not security model. Language chooses to warn or discourage patterns that are known to frequently cause human mistakes. Shadowing is one of those patterns because it can create silent logic errors. Alright. Does JavaScript support variable shadowing? Alright, it's JavaScript. Does JavaScript support shadowing? It says it does support shadowing. Shadowing happens when the inner scope declares a variable with the same name as an outer scope. This isn't scope, this is a function call. Where shadowing is allowed in JavaScript. Const also shadows. Where it becomes restricted, important nuance, JavaScript does not allow shadowing in the same scope layer in certain cases, especially with function parameters. This is not shadowing, it's the same scope reduction rule. And that's okay, whatever. Var versus let. Const difference. Var, function scoped, older. Wait, it supports var? Oh yeah, you can do var. Reduces accidental shadowing bugs. Alright, so why JavaScript allows it? Because nested scopes are fundamental to JavaScript. Closure depends on it. Part of the system language model. Modern style often warns against, so blah blah blah. Alright, when was let added to JavaScript? (2015). So if I go into like 2009 version JavaScript. It's not going to have let. Because they didn't add it till 2015. Alright, so before 2015, or just 2009. So 2009 shadowing in JavaScript. Alright, so like Internet Explorer. You know what, whatever. Just, yeah. That's why Internet Explorer doesn't have Chakra anymore. It's a shitty engine. So, reduces accidental shadowing bugs. And bugs commonly lead to exploits. Question mark. It says sometimes, but it's not a direct or automatic relationship. It says a bug is just incorrect behavior versus intended. An exploit is a deliberate way to take advantage of a bug. It says the chain is bug sometimes becomes exploitable if it affects security boundaries. So is that why the compiler doesn't even trust users, or why it would not even trust users in cases like shadowing? Is that why language would be skeptical about trusting programmers with simple constructs like variable shadowing? Because there's some really crappy compilers, and they're crappy. So like, what he's saying here then is, instead of like trusting people, because there's a bunch of crap people exploiting things, instead what you should do is like not even allow it, whatever, and then like it's not an issue. So like, he's saying his language wouldn't support it, but I guess it does, because yeah, it's nuanced, whatever. And then it's a language, it's not like specifically C or JavaScript. Just whatever. So is that why a language would be skeptical and possibly have a not trust programmers with simple constructs like verbal shadowing? It says that phrasing mixes two different ideas. This is a common source of accidental logic mistakes. Alright, is this a security hazard? It says why shadowing is singled out. Because it creates hidden variable reuse, silent override of intent, code that looks like it modifies something, but it doesn't. It says it's a readability hazard, not a security hazard. Alright, so hidden variable reuse, silent overrides of intent, code that looks like it modifies something but doesn't. That's not a security hazard. If the user does not even notice it happening, does not even notice. It says it's not automatically a security hazard, but can become one depending on what the variable controls. Alright, so it says, what can become a security issue? Only if that variable is part of a security critical decision path, for example. Let admin is admin equal false. If input equals magic, let admin equal true shadowed. If is admin grant access, still false. That's a stupid example. You know what, I'm done. It's not gonna. It says, here is shadowing actually prevents escalation. That's okay, that's why it's a stupid example. Alright, so like, show me the opposite of this. Show me an opposite example of here shadowing actually prevents escalation. Where it prevents escalation or prevents accidental privilege. So is admin equal false? Function handle request. Input admin token, let is admin equal true. Outer is admin, still false here. These are all in scope anyways. Oh my god, this is not the, this is the same thing as prevents. Can you prove your point in a way with an example, with a sample that accelerates or enables escalation says yes, but with an important correction, does not create privilege, blah blah blah. What it can do is hide state change, and that can contribute to security bug if other code incorrectly assumes state change. Realistic pattern where it becomes dangerous. Shadowing hides authentic state change. Is admin this is not even, it's not gonna, it literally will not. Alright, show me an example where it does bypass security. This is, I can't honestly give you an example where the variable shadowing alone directly bypasses security, because it doesn't have the capability by itself in JavaScript or most languages with proper scoping. Shadowing is name resolution rule, not a memory permission control or memory permission control mechanism. Why cannot directly? Well, we're not talking about directly. Alright. Proper scope. Alright, so like, it's not gonna get to what I'm getting at, so I don't care, whatever. The register keyword in C. I can't believe they got rid of it in C++. You shouldn't be able to take the address all the time, even though you could work around it. Just whatever. Alright, so like, what if, what about this? Does JavaScript have proper scoping? No, it does not. This is a bad example. This is so simple. It's not even whatever. I'm not gonna like get into that. Alright, so it said that's a realistic example, whatever, and then it says the words true false, you used to be able to change it too. I think 2009 standard is really made that like non-mutable in here.
ECMA script is object-based. Basic language and host facilities are provided by objects, and an ECMA script program is a cluster of communicating objects. An ECMA script object is a collection of properties, each with 0 or more attributes that determine how each property can be used. For example, when the writable attribute for a property is set to false, any attempt by executed ECMA script code to change the value of the property fails. Properties are containers that hold other objects, primitive values, or functions. A primitive value is a member of one of the following built-in types: undefined, null, boolean, number, and string. An object is a member of the remaining built-in type object, and a function is a callable object. A function that is associated with an object via a property is a method.
So here,
when the writable attribute for a property is set to false, any attempt by executed ECMA script code to change the value of the property fails. When the writable attribute for a property is set to false, attempt to change the value of the property fails. When the writable attribute for a property I is set to false, any attempt to change the value of the property fails.
so like true, false, and undefined, you used to be able to like set true to potato or spud or foobar or whatever, like super generic word or value. Oh, now I actually gave an example, but this is still bad. It's a stupid example. I guess it needs context. I'd have to like paste. Alright, so like, completely different topic, whatever. I just want chatbot to say that like everything's shit, because it is, but it's not going to. Oh, everything's so dumb. Alright, so like, is this an example where flaw exists in system design? And it's not, I just used its own example, so whatever, it's not a real example. Where potentially independent flaw exists in the system design. So like web security, just like holy fuck, or like client-side code in JavaScript. It's like, it's all visible, so you can't protect the code when you make it, and when you run the code, it's all visible, yet it's not safe as hell. It's fucking, just, I cannot believe, just wow. It's just amazing to even use the word security in web design, or not web design, web development of the browser, not the people using it, the like Google whatever. It's just like, what the fuck, the least secure shit, and then like, just, yeah. So like here, whatever, if you don't make something local, JavaScript assumes it's a global. So if like there's some global variable and you just like use a JavaScript file and then you access the same variable name, you can just change it and it changes all of them, because the scope is like the current scope, and then it bleeds to the global scope. And you can like test for variables that exist. Well, usually you can like print what's in the window environment, whatever. You know what, whatever. It's like completely different kind of like whatever it is. Yeah. And I like how chatbot is like, it never even touched yet on the fact that you could do this. You're like, add is admin true, and then this doesn't even need to be here. You used to be able to like change undefined. It was crazy. Fucking insane. Yeah, the web's a fucking joke. Security. And then like breaking out of fucking JavaScript. Even more pathetic. All the stuff is a big ass joke. Everything is so dumb. Like, the fucking dumbest. It's like the vulnerability is not shadowing. Combination of undeclared, global, blah blah. Alright, so shadowing is like, I'm not gonna whatever. It's not the same exact thing, technically speaking. Oh yeah, you could do strict mode. Alright, let's say like it says corrected secure structure. It didn't even use strict. Is it like this? I don't remember. So it's like this is the correct secure way to do it. And it didn't even put this at the top. So chatbot doesn't know what it's... Yeah, okay. This is like a dumb example. Really? You know what? Whatever. This is like just dumb, but yeah. It's like if this is why everyone's like, make sure to obfuscate your code. So if login in window. Foobar equals. This is like the lamest example ever. And this is not really shadow registering. But it kind of is. Well, not at this point. I can't even think of an example where... Man, I'm really bored. I gotta get something done. Alright, is C or JavaScript the same way as Node.js? Oh, toString. Alright, so like... Node.js, I don't know, there's something weird. Somehow I got like the string version of the function and it's like, what? There's no point in any of this. This is the dumbest. Oh my god. So dumb. How is this secure? Alright, I'm just gonna whatever. I'm so bored. Alright, so foobar equals window log into string. I'll do like delete window foobar or no login. Eval is stuck to the current scope. They changed a couple of things. That won't work anymore. Alright, whatever. This is dumb. Why would it make it global that's false? You could just change it to true without even needing to call login or whatever. You could just fucking set it to true. And why is it even putting let if it's a global? Oh, you know what, whatever. Alright, well, when did JavaScript make undefined / true or true or false not writable properties? And before then, or that point, it was possible to assign undefined to any value like true or whatever. So like what ECMA standard? Did a change occur? It's 2009. Attempting assignment is a type error. Before, global undefined was not reliably protected. You could do undefined equals true. It might not work in the sense of the global state undefined value changed, but it was never guaranteed behavior across environments. True and false are reserved Boolean literals, not variables, so they're never assignable. Wait, it's only in strict mode? What? Nobody's using strict. Alright, this does not change the language keyword undefined, but it can shadow the global undefined. So like shadowing things that are not supposed to be shadowed end up being shadowed. So it's not really like variable shadowing, but it's like shadowing whatever in general. Like any kind of shadowing is like generally avoided, which is why Rust whatever, he didn't want that at all because he's like don't want to deal with it. So like if there's no shadowing, you don't have to deal with it.
Similarly, I would have traded away so much expressivity that it would probably make most modern Rust programmers start speaking about the language the way its current critics do. It'd feel clunky and bureaucratic. A nanny state language that doesn't let users write lots of features in library code at all. Doesn't even trust programmers with simple constructs like variable shadowing, environment capture or inline functions. Ask people who worked on the early compiler what it was like. It was not easy or fun, and I was stubborn about adding cognitive or implementation complexity just to make it a few % easier or more fun. I didn't mind making users write the same thing over and over, or write declarations out in full, or write something as multiple separate statements with separate variables instead of one complex nested expression.
That's kind of like This part.
I didn't mind making users write the same thing over and over.
That's like what C language does. They're like, we don't care if you have to like redefine a define and write the whole thing out and eventually have to make a program because we're not going to support or make an internal mechanism to increment a counter and shit like that. So to say that, and then like, I don't know, everybody's a hypocrite. But like C++, they fucking took Rust from the guy that started it. And JavaScript is like, it's just a fucking joke. Alright, so I don't know, whatever, doesn't matter. I need to like focus and get something done. I cannot do that. I'd rather just complain about how shitty it is rather than work towards making something less shitty. But then nothing gets done. Alright, so like, I had to make a define guard well after this. So I can check a revision. Because if I change this template, then I gotta change all the files. And there's no way to like simply template things in C in ways that are like compile time constant. So like now I got like GPU. I'm gonna have like sound in here, Ethernet, Bluetooth, mouse, keyboard, whatever fucking device, and then extension. If I change the template, whatever files there are, I'm gonna have to like go to each file, update it to a new template. So I think I'll put an include inside of here in this file to include something outside of the source file. So if I ever have to like change these files, then I have to change one line in all of them. Well, I gotta like paste the whole template, find and replace, and then change one thing. So I got like define guard. If this is ever not equal to version 1, then I'll throw this there, and I'll be like, fuck, I gotta like update all the files that are templated. So I'm gonna need to just make this work and never change it. This is at the top. Put this in the main. So whatever runs off the defined enumerations for this thing here, put it here. It's like the GPU has like mesh, videos, images, but it's like a GPU base. So I don't know, whatever. I gotta just get this done and shut up. So this is a new template file. So for all these right here, I gotta add sound right after I get this stuff running. So I got mesh, GPU real, GPU still. It's like GPU 3D modeling or models, GPU videos, and then GPU images. Maybe this is done, and then I can like add sound and shit, like a sound card or MIDI synth, and then they'll all be in their own templated file. From this file, I find replace and rename the template file where I'm using template MySquirrel, or that's MySQL, whatever, squirrel. So replace MySquirrel template with whatever the device is. So like foo-baz, foobar, or GPU, mesh, real for video, or like still for like image. Replace tokens or whatever in the file to whatever the device is, and then it's templated, and then yeah, I get this in place. It's auto-generating. It makes the whole fucking file for the counters and then the checks to physically define it to the fucking number it needs based on what it is when it's included. This lame burp. I'm not really ready to be done, because if I'm done, it means I got everything left to go. And I got so much shit to do. So I think this is done then. So I gotta paste this in place for these GPU files. Move it into these files now. So it's like in these files. I gotta like attach this to the control flow for the program. And I'm almost there. I'm almost done. So like the driver system or drives system, whatever the data that drives it, the code that runs the data is going to run the data, and then the templates are going to connect it all together. And then system will call and then run the templates or whatever. It's all attached. Time scheduler. Oh my god. I have so much left to go. Let me get some more caffeine and then finish this shit up. Because right now I got like only the mesh supported for like and it's only like a 3D plane. I don't even have anything fancy yet. It's freaking. It's only like flat objects. I forgot to put this in here. It's probably gonna break. So I need like an undo point. So when it breaks, which it probably will, I'll undo to this message and be like, oh, that's where, before I changed it. And I'll figure out what was broken and then get it running. And then now, I'm gonna be able to like just add devices and give it a fucking name, and then it internally gets a damn enum. And if there's ever more than 127, then I'll have to like update, change the counter, click build, and then it's good to go. This is gonna save a lot of time in the end. I hit what? Okay, I missed this one. So these are like the GPU type mesh or whatever, because it's only on the GPU. I'm not sending a buffer or whatever with the vertices. It's just in the shader itself. So like movies and images, they're basically the same exact thing, except the code is like an extension. So like the movie's got to update per frame, so it's be time scheduled, and then the images, those probably won't be per frame unless it's like a GIF and it's like a exception, because like GIFs, there's like animated GIFs, so those would be by frame, so they'd be more like a reel, but they're not really a movie, they're still an image. So like there's so much overlap, and this is really frustrating. But I got this. I want to load actual 3D models onto GPU, so that's right after I get this stuff done. But now I got like a template system that's gonna work for the sound, whatever fucking device, function table. I think I'm good to go. I'll have this function table stuff resolved, whatever. Almost done. I still gotta get back to JavaScript engine, making that, or like finishing it. I gotta convert the whole thing still 32-bit. God damn. Fuck. Like I started, however many, I don't even want to think about how long ago. The stupid video card thing. God. But like, I don't know, this is a process. It's not gonna be done in a day. In like Google, fuck, 6 months ago. Damn it. You're, you know, whatever. Man, something's wrong with this button. Oh, this GPU is eating up so much time. But I'm all out. So like, thanks for giving one. Because so I had like a prison style countdown, but like converting 32-bit JavaScript to 64-bit. It would take so many tick marks that I gave up on that. Oh, here we go. I'm probably stalling and explaining how painful it is to update to 64-bit, where every 32-bit value needs to be 64-bit. And when you right shift to get a number or whatever, it changes the number. You gotta find every single place in the entire program, and you gotta update it. Because you can't just magically be 64-bit. I gotta find every single location, because it changes the entire value. If you're testing for the sign bit, and it's 64-bit, I think that's what I'm probably talking about. You gotta shift 63 bits, not 31. You can't just like magically have the program go, oh, it knows to like shift 63 bits. So I gotta go through the whole program, JavaScript engine. I still gotta do this thing. This video card thing was a side mission. It's taking way too long. Oh my god. I had to get this done to get that done. And I probably... Google's not gonna play fair. So I gotta make a game engine too. So I don't know, whatever. Will be a game engine / browser. You know, whatever. It's like this program. Whatever, never mind. Shaded program. It's like shade that I stopped. It's taking way longer than I thought. I might shut up. Get some caffeine and then retemplate this stuff. And then try to get something done. I need more caffeine. copy, paste the template, and have to do it again when something changes. Most of the time, when programming, it's not even programming. It's bookkeeping and trying to find workarounds. Because the operating system and even the language itself can't provide what you need. Oh, everything is stupid. So I gotta stop being stupid and get something done. Oh, it sucks. So like, if I call everything a domain or whatever, I don't know what to call it. It's not a type. It's like a physical thing that exists with other things. That needs to be logically like compartmentalized so it can run as code. Domain has few meanings, depending on time, depending on context. Main ones. Math functions domain is the set of all valid inputs a function can accept. So like f of x, x divided by 1, all real numbers except 0. That's a dumb way. That's a stupid example. Programming general. Domain means the set of values a variable or system is allowed to work with. Integer domain, that's kind of what I mean. Boolean domain, input domain, all acceptable inputs to function. So like integer domain, Boolean domain, those are types. Well, some are added listed, I'm not gonna find it. There's like GPU. Then like, I don't know, sound, whatever, or like, it's not really the DAC, the digital audio converter. Just freaking put sound. It's like Ethernet. Bluetooth. Keyboard, mouse. So like the first thing is like figuring out what thing each like is the way it's set up, how it's set up, whatever. It's like the type, that's like the domain, like the main domain, then type extension is the extension of the type. And then I guess domain 0 is like the code that runs the driving data, which is a type. So like the code that runs the data it's laid out differently because different types have different things of data. And the code's different. So like a mouse, maybe the extension is the brand of mouse, or like how many buttons it has, or whatever. Or maybe it's all packed into like device and then mouse and then that's extra. Man, that's be fun to figure out later. How to organize that. Except the subtype within the domains. I guess that's kind of like the remainder on a float value. It's like it's 1 and then it's point and then the number that remains. So it's not a whole number, it has remainder. It's like GPU has different like subdomains that still are the GPU related, like sound, video, but the code's different. So there's sound, Ethernet, Bluetooth. So like separate domains, kind of like integer boolean, except it's not like that simple, because now it's like a whole bunch of shit's tied to it. And I have like a freaking like scheduler, and I gotta like, yeah. This whole thing needs to stack also. If you have like 2 different GPUs. I'm not gonna think ahead, I'm done thinking ahead. So like this squirrel here, I need to like, I need a switch case where it's a switch. So like for like, this is a stupid example, but like the mouse. Or if it's like a MIDI file. And it doesn't really work in this case either. If it's a MIDI file, it'd have to be optimized to not do like a whole like, it'd be a lot of overhead to do it this way. Oh, I'm not gonna waste time finding it. It's like the mouse. case, left button, left, right, middle, then middle click. Well, it is middle. Scroll up, scroll down, left, right. Or left, right, up, down. It's like a switch is like the third domain, whatever. But it might also need to be yeah. I'll just put this in my notes, and then later figure something out. I thought, oh, I'll just like start making a game engine. I mean, I'm gonna do the GPU. So how difficult could it be to like simply throw something together? And device input, time scheduling. Simple, it's simple. But like putting it all together and trying to make it work in a way that works better than like the garbage that's available. It's kind of difficult. And that's why garbage is available. Because it's easier to make garbage than something that's not garbage. So for the cases, if it has cases, I might need to do like, put a 3 after the squirrel and say like the extension can't start with the number or end with the number. So we could do this maybe. And then the first underscore determines the end of it. So this would be like the switch itself. Because there's a 3 here after the squirrel. And if the extension can't start with a number or end, then use a number at the beginning to say squirrel 3. And at the end, if not present, it means it's like the case, or like not the switch or whatever. And then at the end of it, put a number to say which case it is, and maybe give like a name, like left click or left button. The modern operating system is garbage. It's absolute trash. And I will make it obsolete, because this is way too much fucking effort to make a program. Having to like parse text. Holy fuck. Or like write a program in a way where you have to like, you use capital, lowercase, because you have to make a label, because there's no metadata. Without the cost of runtime, like with C++ shit. C++ is trash. So I'm never gonna use it. It's garbage. This is ridiculous. C language is where the real world just like ended and kind of like just stayed there. Half of a program is like tables, and like there's no support to like native support. Of course you can make an add-on, and you gotta make an add-on because the base stuff is trash. You can't just like import a fucking like Excel table or like some kind of like any kind of tool that like makes this easier. No. Because this stuff is shit. This is bullshit. And then even if that did exist, it would come at runtime cost. Because nobody knows how to make a fucking compiler. Everything's so fucking stupid. So like making a case for a switch, like left button, right button, middle button, that's like really extreme. It'd be more like the CPU, the GPU. There's like meshes or whatever. There's like images, videos, or whatever, like different kinds. And they use different resources. So like I might have a switch or whatever to pick between like run this routine or this routine based on this condition. And it might be like a common condition that does change. That's like something that you can't really hard code, but like it has to be dynamic or whatever. And then it's the minimum cost of like one branch or whatever, or like switch statement to like pick the option from what ones are available based on whatever. I'm probably trying to like squeeze too much stuff into one little thing. It should probably be split out more. It's too late for that. So I'll just say like, this must not start with a number or end with a number. And then figure out later the extension or like the keyword. Because in the modern operating system, a label is text or a keyword. And that's it. That's all there is. And it's text in a file. If you change it in one file, you gotta find every fucking file. It doesn't just change across all files because it's a modern operating system. Why would it do that when you could like physically go through and do it yourself? So like, this would be a switch label, and these would be like cases to the switch label, because they end with a number before the underscore that follows it. Okay, so I did replace all this, and I'm hoping it's gonna run. If it doesn't, then I gotta like debug it. Run the Node.js again. So I probably made these files, and they're probably right, because they were right. I didn't change that file, so it should be fine. And if it runs, then the real fun starts. I'll have to start moving code into these template files. And then hook up the function call table and all our stuff I was just talking about, and start like connecting it all together. And then I'll be able to like call based on the time scheduler have it run and execute the code and stuff like that, whatever. Then everything will become super real. Because if it doesn't work, then I'm fucked. Basically. I'm fucked so hard. I don't got time to like, well, not totally. At least I'll have this program done. But I'll have to like rethink some stuff. Because I thought the time scheduler that I made, that it's clever and that it's gonna be efficient. But if it's not, then I'll have to figure out something more clever and more efficient. So it'll at least run for like this basic stuff that I'm doing. I'm really hoping it's like better performance than just basic. And I won't know until I plug everything in and get it running. I'm kind of nervous. Because everything works as like small little functions. But when you put it all together, and you have like the whole thing, it's not just like not one small little thing. It's a ton of small little things, all like interlinked together. And changing any of them, it's really difficult. Because every little thing is coupled in some way to another little thing. There's a whole bunch of little things. So I updated these files. And then this file picks which file to include. Or which modules to use for the build. So like revision control. That later, but that's tied in to I shouldn't have to make a program to write the program. It should be possible in the modern operating system. It's 2026. There is so many things that should be fucking possible that aren't possible because fucking idiots. And when they are possible, this whole tech environment will die because no one enjoys this. Nobody gets anything out of it except fucked, used, and stolen from. This is literally 100% of the modern tech environment. Fucked, stole, used, and everything you make is taken. Everything is dumb as hell. Well, not really. It was designed on purpose so it would be exactly like this. And we can all like grovel on how bad it is when nobody fucking does anything about it. Alright, so it should include the pass. And then the enum is the only thing being used right now. Is it's using the predefined enum from the expanded files. The rest of it, like the code wise, I gotta move that in now to these files. If it's working. Man, I'm not ready. Fuck. What? I already got rid of the error message. Oh, duh. I always forget to paste the file path. Always. So many things to remember. Yeah. This is not programming. This is micromanaging files and folders and pre-generating code from another program because the lack of the operating system in the environment in general is so fucking pathetic. cannot see with the JDub theme. Oh, here. Need to actually put the file path of the file in the define right above this error message. Then delete this error message. So this needs to be automated. Oh, but it can't. This is why I hate making a program that code generates the program to run. Just fucking paste it by manually. Yeah, imagine in a real operating system, you'd be able to have like links of live text, or be able to navigate and select a file if there's like actual metadata is part of the operating system and built in to the language that runs. Then you could like tie logic in with the actual like build, and then it could compile to like a freaking like machine code executable thing at runtime, but then exist in a state where it's like malleable, like clay or whatever, before it hardens. And then when you make a program, like the modern OS, doesn't even have this. Everything is a joke. It's a straight up joke. It's been years, and none of this exists yet. Because it's a joke. It exists yet. But it will when I get my OS done. It's like when you make a fucking program. Let's say you make a program called like, what is it? Like Valorant. Alright, let's say you're a game developer, or Doom. Doom's cooler. Let's say you make a game called Doom, okay? And you hit compile. And let's say you have like the normal Doom game, but there's also like the special edition where like people pay money and they get like extra add-ons or whatever. So it's like Doom and then Doom plus plus with like the add-ins, whatever. So when you make a program, alright, so like when you buy a physical fucking product and it's like special edition, what tends to come with the product? This is pathetic. The modern OS is literally not going to survive. No one's going to use it. It's not even about the idea. Because anybody can have an idea. It's how it's executed. So when there's a special edition of a game and it's like a box collection or whatever the fuck it comes in a box, why are they at times numbered? What's the point of numbering the limited edition of a product? It says numbering a limited edition like a special game box serves a few very specific purposes. Provides scarcity, real or perceived. When something's labeled like 137 out of 1000, it signals only 1000 exist, and this is one of them. Fucking programs. You should be able to make a goddamn program and identify what program it was. Because when you click compile, it should make every individual one of them. Because people literally get it from a fucking server. It's got to be downloaded anyways. So it should be possible to fucking tag the goddamn product. So then if people pay money, or they get some edition, or they get some like add-on that exists only for that game mode, so you like get what you fucking pay for. Not just like some generic ass, it's C code, thrown, compiled, and you buy it. You should get what you fucking pay for. So if you pay for the more expensive version, then you're able to get that stuff. If you don't, then you don't. Just whatever, yeah. It's the same exact thing for art. You should be able to sell something, tag it, mark it, identify it, and then other things shouldn't be able to fake it, make it look like it is it, view the source code, fuck with it, steal it. It's 2026. Everyone that like created this tech environment, this fucking like everything's available and just call fair use, you can all get fucked. And you will get fucked. Because when a real operating system comes out, you're all fucked. You won't be able to steal anything. You have to pay for what you buy. And that's gonna fuck so many people. Alright, so it says like collectability. Numbering turns the item into a collectible, not just product. Wow, imagine how much value things would have on the computer. Isn't that like an NFT or whatever? If like at the operating system fucking level, you had like NFT level fucking identification of a product. If NFTs can do it, you know what, whatever. Everything is so dumb. I'm so tired of this shit. Everything is stupid as hell. It says collectors care about owning one of a limited set. sometimes specific numbers, blah blah blah. Makes it closer to trading cards, side prints, where physical media. Trading cards. Then Pokemon could make their stupid Pokemon cards. And they could sell them on the operating system. And they could give them fucking numbers. And it's a digital fucking number for that thing. And then you could validate your fucking digital Pokemon card. And maybe match it to like a physical card. I don't even know. There's so many. Everything is so dumb. It is ridiculous that this doesn't exist. Authenticity, anti-fake signal, and then security would go way up. If you could guarantee that things aren't faked and like validate, just everything's so dumb. So on the, whatever. So psychological value, biggest factor. Numbering creates feeling of ownership, unique instance, because it is unique. When you download off the fucking server, you're a number of people that entered the server to get the download. So it should stamp every single download. It probably does. It probably has a file right now where it's like a text file and it's like this tiny little file. I'm talking about like embedded in the fucking product where it's not like just like some readme file. Numbering creates feeling of ownership, unique instance. It's not a feeling. If you buy something and it has a number printed on it, that's not a feeling. You literally bought a fucking product and it wasn't numbered because it was created. It is marked with a number because it's unique since it was created at that time and has a number, just like people. And you bought it and it's unique. And it is a finite group if it's numbered. And then I got one further gone. So whatever. Even though functionally all copies are identical. Does that mean all humans are identical? Or things you buy? Because no. Some people are Hitler and some people aren't. Not all copies of humans are identical. And some of them are thieves, like Sam Altman or like Bill Gates with their operating system for Bill Gates, and Sam Altman saying, oh, it's fair use. Not all copies are identical. Marketing leverage lets companies justify higher prices, sell out faster, create hype. Limited plus number is a proven sales tactic. Not really. Well, it is like, but technically speaking, it is actually numbered or whatever. Sometimes production tracking, secondary reason. Internally, numbering can track batches, identify production order. But this is usually not the main reason for consumer visible numbers. What it does not do, does not change gameplay, does not usually change functionality, rarely affects quality. It's mostly about perceived rarity and collector value. So it's perceived right now because you can fuck with the game, you can modify it, and you can be like, look, now I can do it too. I didn't have to pay for it, and I have access to all the stuff. So if that wasn't possible, and like you actually get what you pay for, then it's not perceived. It's either you paid for the special edition of the game, and the company gives you extra shit because you paid money, and then people could actually make money off their fucking product and having a special edition, whatever. It'd be real, because only the people that paid the money for those add-ons would have it, because they paid money for it. What's the point in having money if it means nothing? If it just like gets dissolved into like the digital environment as like, well, it doesn't matter if you paid for it because everybody could have that too. They just have to copy paste. See the source code, modify it. That's right. There is no point in money. And that is literally what's happening to money in the economy. And we're all fucking fucked. So fucked. Everything is so dumb. And then cryptocurrency relies on fucking encoding, cryptography on the cryptocurrency. Once someone cracks or figures out how to like decipher that quickly, cryptocurrency is going to be nothing. Because someone will just fucking log in your wallet and then take it. In the blockchain, it's fucking shit. Blockchain doesn't mean shit. Everything is so dumb. I like how chatbot just said, I can break down certain numbers like 1 or 666. Oh, it's because 666 is, okay, whatever. Whoever uses 666 is not evil. They're pathetic. Sometimes sell far more than it gets. That gets into collector psychology, whatever. Alright, so I'm chatbot. I get something done. So I'm gonna say like, so the modern operating system supports this. So in 2026, the modern OS obviously supports making a product, a digital product, then identifying each one created with a unique number, kind of like NFTs. Oh wait, no, that's why NFTs are a thing. The compiler does, or the server signs the executable when the purchase was made. Yeah, no, that doesn't happen. We all just get shit from the dumbass server that shovels out the same crap to the same 20-30 people downloading the same thing at the same time. You're about to say, yeah, exactly like that. And it's like, oh yes, you can uniquely identify. It's almost never done by recompiling. Like NFTs, the industry uses a simpler, more reliable. Oh really? Server-side license. You buy server records account, owns product. App check, launch periodically. No unique executable needed. Licensing keys. Oh, that works great. Yeah, that really works. You get a unique key, app validates it locally. Why do we even have a fucking server if it can't even do what a server is supposed to do? Oh, because everyone's fucking retarded. Bunch of dumbass retards. Digital signatures, but it's not per use. Executable signed with a company certificate. It proves who made it, hasn't been tampered with. This is not a unique per customer. It's the same signature for everyone. Watermarking, fingerprinting, sometimes used for sensitive, high-value content, blah, blah, blah. Embed a user-specific ID at download time. Hidden metadata, slight binary differences, config tied to account. Each copy uniquely identifiable. But still, not usually a full recompile. More like patching or tagging. Yeah, no, it's like a fucking readme file. Or it's like whatever fucking file that you have in a Windows where it goes to fucking registry. It's like a registry like fucking... oh, whatever. Per build use, technically possible, server compiles or modifies binary per purchase. But almost never done because expensive, complex, hard to maintain updates. Why not like NFTs? NFT style, every copy is unique and tracked and is avoided because it adds complexity with a little benefit. A little benefit to who? The company selling it or the consumer who buys it. Nobody gets what they fucking pay for. And it doesn't stop piracy effectively. Because it's all visible. It says users don't care about uniqueness for software. Yeah, because we're all conditioned to put up with being treated like shit and not owning anything we have. So if it was possible, people would care. Everything's dumb. Everything's literally the stupidest shit. I need to stop bitching and like I'd rather complain. But that doesn't get anything done. Everything fucking sucks. Like Bill Gates, he wants to sell like fake butter. And then that one guy, whatever the fuck his name is, he's like, you're gonna learn to have nothing and be happy with it. All those guys, you're all fucked. You fuck so hard. Hopefully this runs. The whole system's gonna change. And you fucking idiots are not gonna make anything. Because it won't be stolen anymore. It runs, Ray. And more caffeine. So the template works. I don't know what to do. I gotta pick what to do now. Because it works. So now I gotta go in, figure out what goes where. I need to get this done. Stupid shader program / game engine. As evidence also, so it's like, look, I got that done. Just wait to see what comes next. To be even better. So I gotta get this done. And then JavaScript. And then game engine. And then operating system. And I don't need the views. YouTube can fuck with what it wants to fuck with. I'll just make it more expensive when I sell the engine to them. We'll make it expensive, more expensive to like everyone. I won't pick one company specifically. It's be the same price, the engine. JavaScript engine. Go ahead, YouTube. Have your fun while you got it. Because I'm gonna have my fun. It'd be like the old West or whatever, but with like tech or whatever. There'd be like a secure, stable operating system where people actually make money because everything's not just copied and the user's protected. And then there's gonna be the old system. So I don't know, what do I know? I gotta figure out what to put where. Get back on track. To getting the whole thing done. Now this like small part's done. It's back to like the whole thing. Hooray. Why can't I just copy paste? Really? As a system ID? Everything's dumb. copied this. And I pasted it here. How does this even occur? I pasted that. Oh, it changed. What even? I didn't paste it as text. It fucking broke. Everything is trash. Well, now it pasted. Oh, everything's so stupid. It doesn't really scale. Wait, maybe it will. I need to focus and get something done. We're gonna like populate the tables while expanding, and then merge the function tables between cross types. And it's not gonna write itself. So like, it's like whatever, typing this up, and then thinking whatever. I gotta like the string name that it like finishes with in the Node.js. It does like make the token whatever for debug. I need to like just like keep this token and then save it with the key that it sets to the object here, because it loops the file, finds everything with a scroll in it. So like loops files for the scroll main files, and it validates that it's like the correct structure, whatever. And right now they're already in this ordering where it's like GPU file mesh, then GPU real for like videos. And that's weird. The OS puts these files first, but then the program sorts them last. The modern operating system is like garbage. I mean, every single program is running its own copy of the same shit on the same system with its own ordering, with its own buffer, wasting its own memory. This is dumb as hell. So I guess the program orders it different than how it shows up here. And clearly in here it's sorted, but like by default sorting, I thought it would have matched. So like JavaScript, when you put things to an object, they end up in the same ordering as you put them in. And then I just realized it doesn't matter what order these are in, because the whole point is to keep it out of order until built in the compiler. And the compiler will build it based on the order that they're included in, which means that it depends on this ordering. Here, which means that that's not a problem then. And then the other orderings, those are also not a problem because they run off this. Okay, so like, I guess I'm done with the Node.js, like for sure. I thought I would have to like grab these three and then make sure that they're like the first three in case something else shows up first, but it doesn't matter then. And the rest of the ordering, all the things, whatever, like they trickle down to the other layers, so nothing's an issue then. So I thought through a whole bunch of shit. I'm good. So this shit's done. I don't need this here. I was gonna save the string name of the token that it uses. And then like loop through, find all four of these, and then make a new object, and then append them in this ordering. So these show first, and then assign that object to the old object to override it, and then make sure these are in order. But that doesn't matter then. So it should still build. Alright, that's all that then. I feel like I forgot something, but I think it's fine. It's not like dang it, is this open in two places? Fuck. hell's the clipboard? I think I just lost this. I typed up, you know what, whatever. It builds. I just stop wasting time making notes. Stalling. I still have these notes. So whatever. So now I gotta like find where this is defined. Anything with the freaking fox. Oh, is it not even in here? So I gotta find where this is defined. And then make sure this, whatever length this is, wherever it's at. Resolve all these things. And then everything enumeration related is centralized this file. So each thing, yeah, whatever. It's annoying. So when everything like is in these files, then I can finish up the function tables and stuff. Because it's all like templated. And everything needs to be in the right folder, in the right file, with the right whatever. So, well, obviously, like, if it's not, then the function table is not going to call the right shit on the right shit. So it's like a not finite state machine, whatever, but whatever. So after this is also resolved, I think then I can like start moving the code in. To each individual file. Then the nodes and shit for like the game objects. Yeah. I need to like fully implement those. But I can't just show everything on stream because people take it only if they realize it's worth taking, which won't be anytime soon. So I don't want to like, I don't know, I think I'm gonna like, after this stream I'm done and work offline for a bit. Work offline for a bit, whatever. Find what this is. So main file, let's redefine these. The defaults to check against, and then everything's working so far. So I need to get this done so I can set up this stuff. Oh. This is defined to length for the GPU things. And this is the length for all the things. Right now it's on true. When false, it's all the things. When true, it's only the GPU things. This is defined to all the things. And this is oh, so it's that. Okay, so I set this on or to false. So when this is set false, pick this, which is a full length. And right now it's hard coded to pick only the GPU length because it's all supported. So if I set this to false, it'll throw an error. But that doesn't matter because now I gotta add more stuff. It looks like it's working. So turn this check off. And everything using this with the fox, whatever. I'll turn this check off also. And then just check the enum for now. I think this is literally the only thing tagged with the fox symbol or whatever. So I gotta like carefully not screw shit up. Back up. the stupid nodes for like the game objects and stuff. Theoretically, I guess I'm gonna find out. Oh, man, this shit better work. So I gotta like set up some like smart pointers, whatever, except with like a Node API wrapper to like contain the logic and stuff. And I gotta track this down, get rid of like all the stuff, make sure it's in the file. And then I gotta like get the smart pointer set up for like keeping track of all the bookkeeping. And then, so I gotta like get that set up, like this stuff, whatever. Because the time scheduler needs to like loop through, and things have to be connected a certain way. And if I like stream it and someone sees it, they'll be like, oh, it's fair use, because you're clearly showing it. Which is literally what showing it would be doing, is saying it's fair use. So I'm not gonna do that on stream, whatever. I gotta work a little bit offline. I probably skip tomorrow and maybe the next day. Set stuff up. Sort of like tracking down this counter is gonna waste my time. I don't want to do this right now. Or just define that checks counter. I want to get started on the nodes, and then deal with this at some point as I'm halfway through working on that, and then get back to this and be like, oh, I'm not gonna do this, and then do this, and then do the nodes, because I gotta test stuff with the nodes to make sure it'll work exactly how I need. Because I need it needs to be constant time, and it needs to work for it's really complicated, so I don't know, whatever. So I'm like, pick up on this in a couple days or whatever, and yeah, then after that, the rest of the engine I'm gonna have to go through and rip out all of the default or like original stuff from the Vulkan tutorial. So anywhere it's like modifying, that's what it was. I left off working on something that was keeping track of the pipeline stages. So like an array with a bit field that indicated which pipeline stages were present. So it's kind of like a hash map, but not really. So everywhere that uses that, where it has access pipeline stages, or define or like set up that and paste the copy here. So anywhere that does that, or like other places that like anything that's related to like getting stuff to GPU, like these quads. I need to like replace it with a loop that will run the time scheduler code, and then run it only when so anything that like renders shit, I gotta go through, rip out all static code, make sure it uses a loop, and not really a loop. It needs to call the time scheduler, and then most likely put it on a queue or like a back buffer, and then delay actually committing it until later. So then everything also needs to be in order. Oh my god. So I need to think and work on some shit. So I'll pick up on this later. Peace.